Yep. Yeah.
Okay,
Whenever you
okay,
want,
yes.
let me know.
Okay, so we are now just 1 second and we are going to start. Okay, I'm sorry for this delay, everyone. We have some technical issues. I'm sorry for this delay in our programming. Okay, but let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julio Cesar, and I welcome to this NAT session 2025. We are delighted to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my great pleasure to introduce our presenter, Dr. Camilo Horta. He is an English teacher and academic supervisor at Centro Colombo Americano in Bogota. Since 2015, Dr. Horta has been committed to advising, teaching, training, and professional growth. He holds a bachelor's degree in bilingual education from Unica University and is currently pursuing a master in education at Externado University. For our presentation today, uh, his presentation is about From Guidance to Growth, a team teaching model for teacher and training development. Dr. Camilo will explain how pairing experienced teachers with newcomers creates opportunities for co-planning, peer coaching, and mutual feedback. So if you have any questions, please be free to type them in the chat and I will address them to our presenter at the end of the presentation. So now, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Horta. Dr. Horta?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Julius. I'm gonna start. Here sharing. I think everybody can see my presentation, right? Yep.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Great. Perfect. So my presentation, as the title mentions here, it's called From Guidance to Growth, a team teaching model for teacher training and development. So the purpose of this presentation is to share some insights on how a structured team teaching model that is done at Centro Colombo Americano Bogota enhances teacher training, promotes collaboration, and supports professional development. So this is basically um, a project I'm leading right now in terms of guiding and helping new teachers to adapt to our institutional training in order to start working with us in our institution. So, I don't know if we have people there because I cannot see Dr. Julio, but this is my first question for the audience. Like, what's the first word that comes to mind when you hear the word in teaching? I don't know if we have people, if
Le-
anybody is.
I'm checking, Doctor. I think, Doctor, because the delayed, we just have one person present. You want
Okay,
me
they
to?
are supposed to be here. They are supposed to be here in Teams, right?
Yeah, no. They use the
Or they are
platform
connected.
with the platform, and
Okay,
that
with the
will be the
platform.
connection. You mind? Maybe we can wait for 1 minute to see if we get more people.
Okay.
Is that okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this situation. I don't know what happened. Okay, we have already
No.
for those who are coming. Just we are waiting for more fellows to participate in our session. We have some delays and difficulties, technical difficulties. So please, thank you for your understanding and your comprehension about this situation. Yeah, we still being two people, doctor.
Okay. Do they have like the access through like when they register through the
Yes.
platform, it's them to this link of Teams?
No, immediately when they get connected to the platform and select the conference,
Okay.
that give you
Okay.
immediate access to the site,
Okay. Okay.
because actually they are watching using YouTube.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they access YouTube the conference, but the way how they get enrolled was using the platform.
Okay. So not to affect time, maybe I can just continue
And
and see if.
continue, because I think we are going to record this session and we are going to share it. So let's start. Let's
Okay.
continue, Miss Dr. Camille.
Okay, good. So I was just asking if you had any word that came to mind when you hear the term teaching, because this is a very common, let's say, term that we use in our institution regarding training teachers to work for us, right? So the intention of this activity, maybe we don't have enough time, but you can save or check the QR code later, is to complete this activity by matching some concepts and some definitions that are going to be important for this presentation. Why? Because this QR code is going to show some of the elements, some of the core areas in our methodology, and those areas are the ones that we incorporate in our classes, and those are the areas we train teachers with before starting working with us, right? So then the question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we think all these elements can be incorporated into one lesson? So the answer is yes. For our institution, we truly believe in some methodological components such as formative assessment, the communicative approach, inductive language teaching. We consider a lot these components of flipped learning and social emotional learning, as well as formative assessment, if I have mentioned it before, right? But then the way this project is built at Centro Colombo Americano Bogota is basically a series of steps new teachers take where they get accompanied or they coach by more senior and experienced teachers. So this project aims at providing senior and experienced teachers with a leadership role. So experienced teachers are guiding them through lesson planning sessions, peer observation, co-planning, co-teaching inside the classroom so that new teachers eh, get acquainted or get equipped with all the different tools, resources, and experience to start teaching in our programs. So basically, the idea is to help those teachers and practitioners to consolidate that theoretical initial training that they get before they enter to the institution. This project benefits both parties, new teachers and experienced ones, in the way that both, or this is like a win-win process in which experienced teachers can show all the potential they have gained through experience in our institution, and new teachers can learn a lot as well from them. And in this way, we promote shared learning and professional growth for experienced teachers and for the newcomers in our institution. So one of the project objectives that we have in the team teaching process at Centro Colombo Americano Bogota is to equip experienced teachers with those leadership responsibilities to model best teaching practices, to guide these new teachers with co-planning, peer observation, constant feedback, so that so that new teachers can enhance their professional growth and recognition. The second objective here is to also provide teachers or new teachers and practitioners that are starting with us with a structure consistent and supportive training through mentoring, ensuring their success, integration of the KDP methodology into our classes, and to assure high performance in their academic results. And finally, this project can strengthen a culture of continuous professional development by implementing a sustainable team teaching model. So this helps us with training quality. We constantly train teachers here through the guidance of more experienced teachers that are always collaborating and ensuring this academic excellence. So, well, I don't know if we have people here in this room, but I would like you to think about these three questions here. Have you been new to a job? What's the first feeling that you get when you enter to a new job, for example? And what has been the biggest challenge that you have faced during your adaptation to a new workplace. I don't know if we have any person in the chat or anything, Dr. Julio.
We have some people, Dr. Orta. I'm waiting for their answers. However, I can participate
Okay.
as well. I can express about the first
Sure.
question.
Yes, please do.
I think for me, the first feeling, fear sometimes, maybe some kind of
Mm-hmm.
anxiety, uh, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
experiencing new things that I really don't know. Maybe, um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the biggest challenge for me could be in terms of the process of adaptation, uh, how how to deal with different type of uh, ways of behavior of people, how they act, working in groups or in teams, uh, everything about
Mm-hmm.
related to collaborative work. Sometimes it's a little challenge because
Mm-hmm.
there are some people very competitive. So dealing with that could be the
Mm-hmm.
biggest challenge for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't received any answer from the audience.
Okay, good. So we can maybe continue, but that's right. I mean, fear can be one of the first feelings we can get when we enter to a new job, and that's precisely what new teachers and new practitioners feel when they first enter to a new job. And we fear of what is it that I have to do here, like exploring new ways of teaching in our institution. So that's why we have the team teaching process, this process in which a senior teacher can accompany that first part of adaptation into our institution, into the incorporation of our methodological components and core areas in the program. So the main reasons why many of our teachers decide to become team teachers, because those senior and experienced teachers are called team teachers, but some of the main reasons why they decide or why they like to be a team teachers is because they can develop some professional development through 20 hours of work here. It's a win-win teaching experience as they share and they, let's say, co-plan and collaborate each other with great ideas for lesson planning for the classroom experience. Like if I am a team teacher with lots of experience, I can help this new teacher, but at the same time, I can learn many new dynamics and strategies that I can implement in the classroom. Also, team teachers develop these leadership skills in the way that they are guiding another person in this adaptation process and this training consolidation of new teachers. And the workload at the end ends up being or becoming a balance, because all the work is not done by only one teacher, but they can divide tasks at the moment of evaluating students, at the moment of executing certain activities in the classroom. So there is a workload balance in this scenario. The next part that I would like to show here are some numbers that we have had this year. For example, in our institution, in this project, we have had a total of 28 new teachers in our program. They work for the KDP, that it stands for Kids and Teens Program. Um, we have had a total of 41 team teachers who are working with new practitioners in our institution, and we have received 29 new KDP teachers in the again, KDP stands for Kids and Teens Program. So we have received in total 29 new teachers in this program who have taken the team teaching process. Something that, or some of the things that I would like to highlight here is the process or how structured this project is in terms of how every single piece of information is being documented for the institution. So we have a format for the team teachers, parentheses, experienced teachers, to evaluate the performance of the new teachers in the Kids and Teens program. So they usually use this format to evaluate attendance, punctuality, commitment to the different tasks for planning, the understanding of our methodological principles, receptiveness to feedback, and they sit down and they work on constant feedback that can help new teachers understand more their role and how to execute our classes based on our methodology in our institution. At the same time, this is a two-way process. So we have a format in which the new teachers are also evaluating the whole teaching process. They are evaluating the guidance, the support received from the experienced teacher. They are receiving, they are evaluating the feedback, the accuracy and assertiveness of the feedback that they receive, the openness to communication and ideas that they can bring to the classroom. So again, this is a two-way process or evaluation process, like from the team teacher to the new teacher and from the new teacher to the team teacher here, right? So we in general are always collecting data that can help us understand how new teachers are doing in the process of team teaching, as this is crucial for their consolidation of their training. Okay. And as I mentioned before, there are some different rubrics that we use at the moment of evaluating both parties, team teachers and new teachers. So as I said, like there are two big moments in our process in which we provide feedback, like there is constant feedback in the support, in the guidance, punctuality, commitment throughout the process. And we usually also collect comments and grades that are crucial for us from the supervision team to also provide to both to the new teachers and to the team teachers in their professional development role. Um, the project has a structure of four big steps, let's say. The first one is the selection process. So we start selecting and choosing those team teachers, the senior and experienced teachers. That's the selection process. And we usually select those team teachers based on different pieces of criteria. Number one, the experience that they have had in our institution. Number two, their academic performance. It means like how solid they have been in terms of incorporating and including all our methodology into the class structure in our program. And we also evaluate some of the soft skills that this role implies, like effective communication, active listening, collaborative work, right? So based on all these pieces of criteria, we choose the team teachers in our institution every year. There is an initial meeting that we conduct with those teachers in order for them to understand. And more than an initial meeting, we call it like a training meeting because we give not only like the tasks that they need to conduct with the new teachers, but also I share some tips in terms of leadership roles, in terms of effective feedback that they can incorporate into their practices throughout the team teaching process. Um, at the same time, we have weekly reminders that can allow team teachers to focus on specific tasks, and we have a calendar that they need to, like to follow at the moment of training these new teachers in our program. And at the end, we have a final survey that is intended to evaluate not only like the satisfaction of the participants, but also perceptions and the impact in general of this team teaching process that we have at Centro Colombo Americano Bogotá. So there are different important days into the project. This team teaching process is divided into two different, let's say, sections of our semester. So in total, some practitioners work in team teaching with during 18 days, but some others, like more like the new teachers that we receive in our program, work with us or work with the team teaching process only during 10 days. So that's why we have like midterm feedback on day number 5 and day number 10, and sorry, day number 5 and day number 9, and final feedback on day number 10 and day number 17, respectively, right? So it's divided into two different groups, one for practitioners, 18 days, and one for all new teachers for 10 days. So from the first semester of this year, 2025, first semester, these are some of the numbers that I can share with you. The first one is connected to and the NPS score that we got from a survey we conducted with team teachers and also with the new teachers who participated. So, for example, in the case of team teachers' perception, the net promoting score showed us that there were 25 teachers who were promoters of this service. They highly promoted the use of team teaching at the moment of adapting eh, and consolidating the training in our institution. And we had two detractors that considered that, well, probably this was not completely necessary in the training process. In the case of in the case um, of new teachers' perceptions, we can see that 27 actually were promoters of the service, whereas no people actually consider this was unuseful or something like this. Okay, so that's about like the first numbers that I have for you. We also measured at the end the satisfaction, like teacher satisfaction here. So we can identify from these numbers that uh, like 100% were either satisfied or very satisfied with the program, like with the process of team teaching. I'm talking about the team teachers who were guiding the new teachers and the new teachers who received the help from the experienced teachers. Also, most of them, let's say an 81% of teachers who participated, new teachers who participated, were between satisfied and very satisfied with the service. Um, at the same time, this survey showed us some important keywords that I would like to explain in detail based on teachers' opinions. So the majority of them highlighted this as a great professional development tool for both parties, for experienced teachers, because they are getting more experience in terms of teachers training. They are training new teachers to adapt to our methodology. That's part of their professional development growth. And for the new teachers, receiving this training was also part of their professional development. So they mentioned the importance of participating in this team teaching process. It increased or it fostered their professional development. Number two, they also highlighted a lot these two keywords that were guidance and support. There was, and again, I want to go back to some of the words I mentioned before because there was constant guidance and support as a two-way process, like uh, experienced teachers were guiding, supporting, but at the same time, new teachers were helping, contributing with great ideas during lesson plan activities and during the execution of activities in the classroom for the students. At the same time, they highlighted that this helped them improve their teaching practices, especially new teachers mentioned the fact that taking this same teaching process helped them increase or improve their teaching practices in the classroom. Whereas experienced teachers mentioned the importance of improving and consolidating their leadership skills, especially because they can have other opportunities and other roles in the institution in the long run in the institution. And finally, they found this process as a motivating experience and as a collaborative experience that contributed to their process at the Colombo. And finally, I just want to end up by connecting this project to some of the topics that are being mentioned in this National English Learning Teaching in this conference in all different sessions. First, this project strengthens collaboration and peer leadership. I think collaboration is one of our biggest topics these days in the NELT. It also promotes independent professional growth as both experienced teachers and new teachers are working on strategies to enhance their teaching practices. Um, At the same time, it improves teachers' readiness to foster global communicators. It means that this training is also, or part of our methodology, as I mentioned at the beginning, is connected to global skills. And one of the global skills that is trendy these days is communication, collaboration, and communication, which is also a big topic in our NELT. So being global skills part of our methodology, we want to train these teachers through the team teaching process to go and be ready to foster global communication in our classrooms. And finally, it builds a sustainable culture of continuous improvement. We do believe a lot on uh, having a community of practice and continuous improvement. So this team teaching process is definitely creating this culture of professional development. So that's the information that or the that's my presentation about. I wanted to share a little bit about how this team teaching process is helping both experienced teachers and new teachers in their professional development, as well as it helps to create a collaborative environment, and it helps these experienced teachers to enhance their leadership skills. So that'll be it. I don't know if there are any questions about this presentation, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Camilo Horta. Let me check because I think we got like one or two questions. Um, Let me share it. Okay. Uh, One of them is like an insight. This is more like a mentoring uh, sessions for teaching. This is more than that. This is like a real collaborative work with among teachers. Am I right?
Mhm. That's correct. Yes, I mean one of the intentions here is not only to give new teachers like the theoretical background behind our methodology, like these are our methodological components. Go and teach, But this is a process we give both the new teachers to adapt to our institution, to understand how our methodology works, and for experienced teachers to have this opportunity of training um, like novice teachers in this area of in teaching English as a second language in our institution.
Uh, and I have a question. This is a question mostly from me. There is a way how to evidence or the impact that has this type of projects in the classroom. Uh, have you seen like getting evidence how there's what is the effectiveness of this program in the classroom and the teaching process, the learning process of the
Mhm.
students?
Definitely. We work a lot on evaluating teachers, let's say like the teacher's role in the classroom. So the supervision team is in charge of monitoring, observing classes to identify how teachers are actually incorporating and implementing our methodology in the classroom. And then through the survey, we have something that is called service for students. Through a student service, we can identify how these methodological components are being implemented. So students have the time or the chance to answer a survey that connects to what we do in our classrooms. If teachers are doing this component, if teachers are working on the implementation of formative assessment, if teachers are working on implementing communication in the classroom, if teachers. So when students answer those surveys, we have data that can tell us, like, yes, these teachers are actually incorporating our methodological components into the classroom, or not. Maybe we need to retrain these other teachers through the team teaching process so that they can adapt better to to the incorporation of our methodology.
Okay. So far, we don't have more questions, Doctor. Um, no, I don't see any questions so far. Additional questions.
Okay.
Um, but definitely, I really want to thank you, Dr. Horta, for sharing your insights and experience with us in this
Mhm,
session. Uh, I just have a personal curiosity as well, as
mhm.
this is a requirement for all teachers that work in CCA Bogota. or this is like an
Yeah, it's part
invitation.
of the. No, actually, this is a requirement for all new teachers who join our program, our Kids and Teens program in our institution. So they have to go to team teaching because this is the consolidation of the training.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
Now we can um, take that program here in Colombo Americano, Medellin. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah, yeah,
pretty good. Sounds
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, and this is a good way to, again, like, like when someone is new in an institution, that's the first feeling, like, what can I do here? How can I teach? Especially because we receive a lot of young teachers who are, as I said, they are practitioners or they are very new in the field of education, recently graduated, for example. So they feel a little bit scared of facing the reality in the classroom. And this opportunity of being accompanied by a more experienced senior teacher in this team teaching process um, helps them build confidence, creativity at the moment of lesson planning, and more importantly, understand our methodology and how to incorporate it into our classes.
Excellent. So once again, Mr. Dr. Octa, thank you for sharing this wonderful experience. I want to thank you all the participants for your attention. I'm going to share the link for the evaluation of the session. So I would like to that everybody take a couple minutes to do it. Just give me a second, Mr. Can you see it, Doctor? Dr. Octa?
Yes, I can see it. I
Okay,
can see it here.
okay.
So
So everybody can you help us just sharing your opinions, just using the QR code. You can help us to grow and get better. Okay. Doctor, are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Okay. I
I'm here.
just giving a situation here. Okay. So once again, thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Octa, again. And we invite you to continue with the ENLT Medellin 25 program and the different sessions that we are having during the day. Thank you everybody for your participation. Doctor, so we just finished.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm leaving now. That's it.
Okay, thank you so
All
much
right.
and take care,
Yeah.
doctor.
Okay. Bye.
you trying to log in? You're waiting.
Okay, so, okay, Alejandro, I think we are going to start.
Okay.
So I'm going to introduce yourself. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of NELT Medellin 2025. We are delighted to have you here as continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is an honor to welcome our presenter, Alejandro Rodriguez Giraldo. He's a dedicated teacher from Centro Cultural Americano in Pereira. Alejandro, a graduate in bilingualism from the Universidad Tecnológica de Pereira, he brings us a fresh and enthusiastic perspective to the teaching profession. With 4 years of teaching experience, three of them at Colombo Americano, he has developed a special interest in assessment and evaluation practices. His workshop, shifting from summative assessment to formative assessment, explore the ways formative assessment strategies such as continuous feedback, interactive activities, and contextualized tasks can be implemented to enrich student learning. For those who are participating, if you have any questions, please feel free to type your questions in the chat and I will address them to Alejandro, presenter, at the end of the presentation or during the presentation. So I invite everyone, please join me in giving a very warm virtual welcome to Alejandro Rodriguez. Okay, Alejandro, welcome to our session and thank you for participating in this conference.
Okay, Cesar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that introduction. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity for presenting in here. And thanks a lot to everybody in here. Thanks a lot for sparing some of your time for listening to this short intervention regarding assessment. And firstly, I would like to apologize in advance since this is my first time intervening in such event. I'm sorry for all the typos, mistakes, and slips you will counter throughout the whole presentation. However, thank you so much for being here. So let's start with this. Um, Let me project. Am I projecting right now? Okay, let's check.
We are waiting. This,
Okay,
not yet. Now I can see you, but I don't see the presentation, Alejandro. Now I see it. Okay.
okay. Okay, so welcome to from summative assessment to formative assessment. This project was developed by me, but I was accompanied to several people that I would like to thank to all of them because of their support and because of their commitment to this research project. However, I would like to begin with today's agenda, which we're going to cover through the context, the conceptual consideration, the methodology, the implementation, the finding, and the conclusion. As you may have perceived from the title, that is this is not solely a presentation, the presentation of a research paper, but it's also a way that we can interact and we can converge to a single topic. So it's also like a workshop, a mini workshop. So I hope all of you can participate, and I want to hear from all of you your perceptions and your conceptions regarding this topic. So firstly, why pondering about assessment? Basically, a group of teachers and I begin to wonder about this and how we can accommodate the practices and the way we behave in class and the way we conduct our lessons, but in a more formative way, like thinking not only on the grade but also in the progresses of the study. I bet that most of you have had the same question, and I want to talk to all of you. But the main gaps that we encountered were that how to evaluate task-based learning, Well, firstly, this is a particular methodology that I encounter in most of my lessons. So, talking about task-based learning, it's how can we assess task-based learning and detach a little bit from the paper and pen and quizzes and a deck of questions that students may sometimes struggle with. So, how can we detach from this and make it something more meaningful? And in such a manner, how can we make this uh, derive the validity from the task-based learning? Let's recall that validity is a concept firstly stated by Black and William. One of the principles of assessment that states that we must assess what has to be assessed. Let me give you an example. It may sound redundant, but let me give you an example. If we are assessing communicative competence, why should we pay attention to how the student designed the graph, uh, how the student dress, how the student make these tiny mistakes that do not get along with the communicative competence? So how can we assess what under the purpose it was created? And then we have how can I engage once I assess what is right to assess. How can I engage my students in meaningful evaluative practices? So once is that I engage my students in normal lessons. Most of us, or like no, most of us no, all of us do this. But how can we engage our students in the meaningful evaluative practices? So stop, I wanted to stop like with the paper and the quiz and say, okay, maybe we can change this. Maybe we can make this more interactive, more meaningful, more appealing to students. So basically, it's where derive this gap and how results allow stakeholders to take action upon the curriculum. So if I do this thorough process of assessing my students under different circumstances, how this affect the stakeholders and how they will take action upon the curriculum, what things are to modify, and how can we improve the way our students assess. Basically, these are the gaps and the contextualize and the context that we were set in order to develop this research paper. So, in order to continue, I want to hear from you. How would you define formative and summative assessment? You can type in the chat box, or you can, yes, basically you can type in the chat box and you can define either summative or formative or both. So I want to spare like some minutes for you to I try to define these topics under your own conceptions, if it's possible. And yes, basically, let's give 2 or 3 minutes for you to submit your answers, and then we continue.
Okay, we will wait for those answers. Okay.
Okay, so let's wait a second. Remember, you can write whatever you want, whatever comes to your mind. You can say, no, I think that summative assessment is just pen and paper, or formative assessment is maybe a more thorough process that is conducted during the development of the lessons. So it's up to you. You can write whatever you want, speak your mind, decide what you want to write, anything.
We're still waiting for answers, but none of them, not yet.
Oh, okay. We can wait like 1 more minute, 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay. I'm getting some info that maybe the chat doesn't allow viewers to write.
Okay, I have one of the answers now.
Ah, okay, okay.
Miguel says formative, ongoing, connected to activities, is more teacher-led, and summative after instruction units, chapters, determines if a student passes or fails, is more institutional.
Okay, thanks, thanks. Well, that's an excellent answer. That's an excellent reply. Thanks a lot.
Says that summative assessment evaluate students' knowledge and proficiency.
Okay, okay. That's great.
And I would say, by myself, is I think formative is more guiding the learning process of students, maybe identify specific, oh no, provide specific feedback to students according to their process. I would say that.
Yes, definitely. You're totally right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So you can still type on your perceptions regarding formative and summative assessment, but let's define like the concept itself. So what are the main differences between summative assessment? Firstly, according to Fulcher and Davidson, summative assessment is conducted at the end of the program of study. It basically assesses if the student has successfully reached the desired goals or not. Basically, summative assessment states if a person succeeded or not. It may be like a little rough, like if the student failed or approved, but that's basically the how summative assessment is. And it is not bad. It basically provides a result or a score in which students, in which we understand how the student progressed during the course. However, so formative assessment, according to Brookhart and De Pascal, is conducted during the development of the program of study, and it assesses the student progress and provides feedback. Formative assessment, different from summative assessment, doesn't focus on what are the student outcomes at the end of the program or at the end of the course or at the end of the yes, a course. But basically, it continually assesses what the student has done, how the student does, if the student is understanding, if the student is converging along the topics, if the student is putting into practice what he is learning in that specific moment, and so on and so forth. Uh, Sometimes it's wrong to state that formative assessment provide a specific grade because it doesn't. It basically shows what the student is doing. Yes. And the core part of formative assessment is the feedback delivery. Feedback is a key element in which students may understand and may tackle down those bumps on the road that may encounter during the learning process. So when we apply formative assessment, students are being accompanied throughout their whole process, learning process. So in this fashion, we may go to conceptual consideration. The conceptual consideration of like the structure of this project. And we may state firstly, according to Andrade, that we as teachers ought to implement different strategies to differentiate formative assessment from other different types of assessment. So firstly, we need to clarify what assessment is. Now we got it. And then how can we apply this in our classroom and how we can derive and stay away a little bit formative assessment. Pay attention, formative assessment is also coined as what we know as evaluation. And summative assessment is coined as evaluation, and formative assessment is coined just as assessment. So we have evaluation and assessment. So how we can differentiate assessment from a single evaluation? First, we need to learn how to differentiate those. And then we could start by, according to Long, ask if our tasks, the tasks that we propose to evaluate or to assess our students are meaningful, yes or no. So if the tasks are meaningful, they will be in real life. Pay attention. We are talking about task-based learning. Okay, this is solely regarding the task-based learning methodology. That's why we are talking about things that may be encountered in a real-life scenario. Once we understand this, we gotta transfer our process to imitate or mock a real life scenario. So it could be meaningful, it could be interactive, it could be even fun for our students and also for teachers. So understanding how to take assessment is also understanding how to imitate or mock a real life scenario. Other conceptual considerations are, for example, Risotto's in perception about assessment. And she gives us some examples about the strategies in which we could build assessment on. So, for example, pretest on foundational knowledge. Firstly, we need to assess the students' knowledge on what we are about to develop. Then, for example, discussion forums or self-chat quizzes to monitor the progress of the students, because it's not only teacher accompanying the student, also that the students be make inferences or understand how his own process or its own process is doing, and the task submission. Task is also a core part. When we develop tasks, we also developing formative assessment. Okay. And finally, we must encounter with Giraldo's perception regarding feedback that it may enhance the practical appliances for assessment in task-based language, since the requirement is to accompany the student with a mastery on the language learning. So once we accompany the students, they will be freely to be exposed to the task itself. So along the process, we'll be accompanying the students, helping them, checking their progress, and then they will earn a mastery in the language itself. Now, some methodological procedures, that the type of research that we use, a described case study, the type of study was a qualitative research. I don't want to want around a lot in this because I think it's not the core part of the presentation, but it's important to mention. And the participants, who were the participants in this context? Were 15 A1 adult students from intensive courses. It's very important to state that intensive courses is a course that is continually present during the week. Okay, here at the context in the Binational Center in Pereira, Colombia. The data collection methods that we used were artifacts and interviews. And how did we implement? Well, first, the interviews. Once we proceeded with the implementation of the project with a specific task, we created two focus groups, one group of 10 students and another group of 5 students. We created this focus group, and we created semi-structured interviews for free practice, for students can interact with each other, and they do not ground themselves to solely the question, but also they can expand on topics they may encounter appealing or interesting for the situation. Also, after that, we covered these audios were transcribed through an AI tool with also a thorough process, checking that there were no typos, there were no mistakes, there were no misunderstood words. And finally, we coded the process. Once we finished with the transcription, we coded all the process so we can understand or we can group the perception from the students. And before I continue, I want to hear from you. Yes, I will give you some situations, guys. You can scan this QR code. This will take you to a Menti, and I want you to please choose one of the following grammar structures proposed. I want you to come with some ideas on how to assess your students, and you can write a description of the task and you can write the description of the task. You can say, for example, these are the grammatical topics: present simple, past simple, present perfect, or reported speech. Why did I select the grammar topics instead the real scenario? And instead of the task, because I want you to come up with a real scenario. I want you to imitate a real scenario using present simple, past simple, present perfect, or reported speech. How would you assess your students if you delivered present simple or any of these grammatical rules? How would you assess your students? So I want you to please try to bring up some ideas that could imitate a real life scenario and carry out a regular feedback delivery. So please, let's go to this Menti, scan this QR code. Let's take like 3 minutes, while you scan for 4 or 5 minutes, and then we can like share your perceptions on how you did. I will project once these 5 minutes pass. I will project your perception or your tasks. So let's take a moment, and in case you have any question, do we have questions?
So
Cesar?
far, so far we have one.
Okay.
So the question is, what role do interactive activities play in making formative assessment more engaging for students?
Okay, one of the okay, this is what we're trying to cope with. But for example, some of the interactive activities to craft
I think,
assessment
I think,
among the students are, for example, according to the research, activities that imitate real specific life scenarios.
ahí se dice
Going, go
atendimiento,
shopping,
uno,
mm,
uno
describing a real
exactamente
event that happened in the
dice,
students'
le
lives,
haces escaneo y le das una
um,
respuesta y claro, yo me quedé solito.
selling
O sea
products.
que
Also, when they
estoy
take
viendo
different roles, is something that really
cómo
engage
evaluaría
them
ese tema.
because they can really
Simple
practice and
present,
interact
past tense.
how they will do it in a
Which is
real
one of the grammar
scenario.
structure, cognitive intelligence, how
Um,
do you assess your
what
students.
else can I say?
Luego hay acción description, donde sabes que apenas
For example, when they have
digo,
to
si yo lo
fill
hago,
up forms or fill up
me
information
evaluaría.
regarding themselves, it's also a really appealing. It's really appealing for them. And I would like to add an interview. An
¿Cómo?
interview when you are imitate
Simple
a
present,
job interview or an
passive voice.
interview for a visa. In those situations, you really build up a good rapport with your students. So therefore, there will be an interactive activity that they could delve themselves in, and finally, they will find it appealing.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro. So far, we don't have more questions.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So I will check the Menti. So
Gracias.
if you have any question, go ahead. No problem. Bring them on. Okay, so far we have one. No worries, take your time. Okay, I think we can wait 1 more minute, 1 more minute, so you can come up with other ideas, and then we share some of them, and then we can continue. Okay, now I'll read some of them, some of the perceptions that you wrote. You can still write them, and let's check. So, for example, one of those perceptions is have the students write a description of their favorite person routine. Very good, it's very nice because they're talking about their favorite person or a person they find appealing. and they can engage with their with his or her routine. Select a favorite a person, make a list of some actions the person does during the day, organize the routine in the form of a comic strip, sharing in a gallery wall. Excellent. Something that the students love is like they can create their own product in drawing or printing material, and they can organize and arrange it as the way they wish. Is an excellent way they can find it interactive. Yes, a gossiping session between students to evaluate report their speech. That is an old one. It's crazy. It's excellent. I love it. Personally, I love it. It's one of is this one of the activities that I normally do when I'm teaching reporter speech, because now students they like to they enjoy arguing with each other. They love fighting. They love coming up with crazy ideas. They have to interact. And with simple past, students tell the things about the day before. Excellent. Yes, they are talking about what happened. They can also gossip. They can talk about these ideas. When we talk about past, when past arises, there comes a lot of interactive activities. The interviews, the talk about your favorite character or a famous celebrity, and so on and so forth. You can still continue. However, we will move on with the presentation. And now I'm going to project the findings. Actually, one of the activities that we did to have students interact was first talking about themselves, their previous experience, what happened in their life before, what happened, what did they do, what they achieved, and with images from their past. So actually, students engage with this situation because they were talking about themselves. They were talking about their life with a presentation, with images that they had to look for in the albums or in previous, yes, family albums. So it was really interactive for them because they were sharing their experiences, and a lot of feelings arose throughout that. Some of them even cried because they were so emotional and so touching for them, and also for me, as I will have to admit. So some findings that we encountered after implementing this is that assessment helps them on integrating meaningful learning into their daily life and be assessed on the designated matter. So basically, when we create meaningful activities, meaningful learning, and we integrate this meaningful learning into their daily life, they love being assessed under this. So when we create this, when we are assessed under what we are prone to get participants, viewers, audience involved in what we feel and what we do, and that's what matters. That's what's important for the person who is being assessed. When it's not only that I am showing off what I did or what I learned, but also I am trying to express my feelings in what I did. This is basically what is meaningful. Also, integrating assessment enables the student to move from a single memorization process to a more detailed introspective action that allows to put into practice the topic learned during classes. So we quit the paper, we quit the pen, we quit the quizzes, we quit the memorization, we sometimes we even quit a lot of rules that the quizzes or encompasses, or the summative assessment, the raw features of summative assessment. So it's more like an interaction, not remembering all the topics, but also with our environment interact, and therefore we can remember, we can recap, we can talk freely about what we want to what we are expected to be assessed. Other findings that we encountered were that both processes must go along together, formative and summative assessment, since it is key to get a grading process that clearly states who approved and who fails, which cannot be as blatant through formative assessment. What does this mean? This means that a formative assessment by its own can work very well, but because our context, our own specific context, we still need to know who approved and who failed, who passes, who doesn't. So it is important to also, at the end of the process, having this summative assessment for students. It is necessary to encompass all this formative assessment process with a single evaluation. So it's not something that we can detach a lot, but we also that may need to converge. And also that is was stated was that participants from from the focus group one emphasized the importance of inquiry upon the progress by monitoring and clarifying mistakes and errors that could possibly affect the performance of the task. So it is important that we will rapport with the students, but it's more important that we deliver feedback. When we deliver feedback, students may fill those gaps they have in their learning process, and they can succeed easier and faster in their learning process or in what we are trying to evaluate them on. It's really important to accompany, to deliver a constant accompaniment to our students in a single learning process. And finally, let's draft some conclusions from this research paper. And these ones were formative assessment methods are more liable since they may easily articulate what students learn with real-life scenarios, and such possible features that summative assessment encompass are left to an end due to the relevance they enclose. So basically, students prefer having formative assessment instead of summative assessment. However, they still need a grade, a score, or something that states that they approve or they didn't. So at the end, they will always prefer having this evaluation that could encompass what they learn through how, like, let's call it like a mini formative assessment or assessment processes. We can continue that feedback delivery allows students to actively tackle the singularities they may constantly will struggle with and enables the introspection for future stances. When we deliver feedback, students may reduce the mistakes they normally commit. But feedback is not, hey, don't say this word, say this. Hey, the actual pronunciation is this. The correct pronunciation is this. So that's feedback, but a feedback process is more like I sit with my student, I begin a conversation with him, with her, and we begin to talk about the things that they struggle with, what happens, how they are doing, what are the possible options they have to balance so they can achieve a successful task. What this may encompass also one limitation, which was that the time spent. Some students argue that the time spent on feedback was unnecessarily long. So we could reduce that process at a minimum. Okay, that was one of the limitations that we encountered. And finally, another conclusion that we may grasp is that this will call into question the implementation and the rightful administration of the assessment process that may require specific training upon educators and administrators. So if we want to implement formative assessment, first we need to train and see if it's possible, if it goes along with our methodology. If students may like it, students may not. Students may find a free practice. Students may feel appealing this practice, and also teachers if they can cope with the amount of features that assessment encompass. Finally, I want to close with this. Shall we shift from summative assessment to formative assessment methods? And the answer is maybe, yes, no. Well, that's up to every person in the call, in the classroom. So basically, if we try to shift from summative assessment to formative assessment, we're gonna first update ourselves, check ourselves, how we're gonna do it, how we want to do it, if it's possible, no, and also if we want a final stage in which we enclose everything that we learn or everything that students learn at a final stage. That's all for today. I want to address my special thanks first to all of you and the academic teams from Colombo Americano Pereira and Medellin for having this space, for allowing the paper. And a special thanks to Esmeralda Rodriguez, Marisol Ocampo, Daniela Valencia, who helped me in the development of this project. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much for spending time, for listening to this intervention. And here is some contact information in case you want to get in touch with me or want to reach me. Here are my emails, one my personal email, the email from work, and my Instagram. That's the only social network I use. And basically, thank you so much for all your attention. This is the QR code in case you want to check some references regarding the implementation of the project. The references that you will encounter here are solely the ones I talked about, yes, but the whole references for the project are still to be displayed. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much, Cesar.
Uh, Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for sharing these wonderful insights. I think this is the time that we can open space for questions. You have some of them. We still have like 2 or 3 minutes to share some of the questions. However, I have one. Um, Even we have an insight or opinion from one of our participants. So one of the
Sure.
question is which one is more effective, summative or formative assessment for evaluating overall student learning process?
Personally, well, that depends on who you ask to. But personally, I will say formative assessment.
Okay.
I think formative assessment in terms of developing students' learning allows them to integrate what they know with something real. And when you integrate something that you know or something that you are about to learn with a real scenario, you can progress more. However, in terms of like something easier, you may opt for summative assessment for evaluation because it's easier. Just paper, check, that's it.
Okay. Because Miguel, one of the participants, he mentions, well, it depends. They both serve entirely different purposes. I think both are essential in ELT.
Definitely,
Okay.
totally agree.
Okay.
Totally agree.
I'm waiting for some more questions. If someone wants to share your insights or opinion, I can share the information to Alejandro. No one? Okay, apparently no, no more. But I really want to thank you, Alejandro, for sharing this experience, uh, these insights with us in this session. I want to thank all of you for attention and participation. And I will ask you a big favor. Um, Please, we are looking for your opinion. You can give us your opinion to evaluate our session. So I'm going to share a QR code. You can share your insights about the sessions. Uh, we would appreciate. And once again, we invite you to continue with the NELT Medellin 25 program and the different sessions we are having during the day. So please, we would appreciate that you do the short evaluation. Once again, Alejandro, thank you so much. We really
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
your presence among us and have a wonderful afternoon.
You too, Cesar. Thank you so much to everybody. Bye
Take
bye.
care. Bye bye.
we're pleased to start our concurrent sessions for the afternoon. This one is called ChatGPT as a peer correction tool for English language learners. And our presenter is Nicole Reyes. She was born in Cali and she works as a full-time teacher at the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano in Cali. She has over 5 years of experience working at in Cali. She has over 5 years of experience working at the Colombo in Cali, and she has been recognized inside the organization for her work as a master of ceremonies, an influencer, you're going to have to share your handles later, and a skilled public speaker. In addition, she holds a degree in journalism, which complements and strengthens her diverse skill set. Please give a warm welcome to Nicole.
Hello, hello. Thank you. And thank you so much for my introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicole. As mentioned, I work at the Colombo Americano in Cali. I work as a support teacher. That is my actual role of my name. It means that I work as a full-time teacher and also I do administrative work, like both things. So I help teachers as well as teaching. Let's wait for my slides to get on display. Right here. Well, as mentioned, I've been working over, I would say 6 years now because that hasn't been updated so far at the Colombo Americano, and this is my very first time here in Medellin, so I'm very excited to be here. I gotta say, so far, very beautiful headquarters you have here. Congratulations on that. And I'm still waiting for my presentation. Give me a second so I can get inspiration from that. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, well, my presentation is a topic that has been a trend lately, which is ChatGPT. And it's something that so far, I believe that we are quite fans of ChatGPT. So far, there we are. Thank you so much. This tool is something that we have noticed that is used for in all of our jobs so far. So this is my title, ChatGPT as peer correction tool for English language learner. This is my name, Nicole. And let's get to it. Well, as an introduction, I'm going to start by saying that this is a research that it was done 2 years ago, right, at my branch, Cali. And it is something that started with our peers. We were all in a classroom and we said, our research is going to be something different, right? And the importance of this research is because we sat down with a peer, with another teacher, to see the challenges that us teachers were facing, right? So having a peer, another teacher, go into your classroom and observe you for 2 hours and say, wow, this is good, or this is bad. There's some things that I can change or things that have to be improved. And this is why this research is so special. And teacher talking time takes a lot of protagonism away from students, but peer correction with the use of AI can bring that protagonism back to students. Now, as a background, all of this happened, as I said, at the Colombo Americano. Mind you, and this is very important that we all understand the time and set that this took place. It took place on April 10, 2023. Why is this important? Because ChatGPT, at this time, it only had the feature of writing, right? I don't know if you know or remember that. It only had writing. Nowadays, there's also a feature of speaking. Correct. At that time, it wasn't there, so I didn't use it. That is the reason why I am highlighting this part, because it happened 2 years ago, so that is why it was only focused on that part. In the course that my peer was observing was a pre-dependent too. At the Colombo, this course is like a basic intermediate level. Okay, it's like basic, intermediate, advanced, and this was like an intermediate. And I was the teacher. So, the idea was that my peer, he went into my classroom over, I would say over a month, observed me, and he will provide me feedback and tell me my challenges, my struggles, and so on, so that I could be able to overcome those challenges. And that is what we call peer correction, right? It started with peers, colleagues, and then to students. So, as a warm up, to begin, I would like for us to read these questions and tell me what do you think, your opinion. As first, we have, how much should a teacher talk in class from 0 to 100? I have a mic around. If anyone wants to answer this question and tell me your opinion, you may. Again, how much should a teacher talk in class from 0 to 100? What do you think? From your experience, from what you have done in your classes, how much do you talk? And this is an honest question, honest answer. Who wants to share? Sorry? Any level, from basic, intermediate to independent. How much would a teacher should talk in classroom? Do all the talking. Should, exactly. Okay. So if it's an advanced student, it should be less talking than a basic one. Okay. To elaborate their own ideas. All right.
At the first levels, it would imply for us for more prompting and more like helping them construct and correcting what they do. So it would be very necessary that we are like all the time in the
Okay.
first levels.
Thank you. So, according to you and to everyone, we all agree that it depends on the level, yes? All right. Second question, what are some tools teachers use to correct students' mistakes? Does this also, it depends on the level? If you were to correct students in your classroom, how do you do it? Normally, on a daily basis. Even if it's old school, it still works. How do you do it? Tell me. It depends on the student this time. Okay.
Can be like corrected at the moment you are gonna do it. I mean, in front of everybody.
Yeah.
But if you know that maybe the student is gonna be like me, like very sensitive.
Like
So,
you.
Yeah. So I'm trying to be close to her or to him and correct her in private. So it depends.
Oh, in
like,
private.
yes.
Okay.
I prefer that like to avoid like maybe she or he thinks that it's something personal because sometimes, especially with adults, they are very resistant to correction. So if you say something, no, I know teacher, but it's the same. So you already know that you need to like to be different with him because sometimes you need to be very careful the way that you treat your students. So it depends on the student and the group.
It is true that it's important for a teacher to have awareness in how to assess, how to approach a students in terms of mistakes. Because if I tell them no, it's not like that. They're gonna go like, okay, I'm dramatized. I need therapy, and that's it, right? But of course, there's other tools. Tell me.
Um, it's kind of funny because I just said what tools do I use? I said a pen.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean that's a tool. but-
Yeah, it's
but-
true.
but I was
That is
actually-
the main focus of the question. A
Yeah,
pen.
but I
So
was-
paper.
I was actually thinking that most of the time when I tell them when I'm going to start a course with them, so just go, okay, guys, what I'm going to do is if I see something that is incorrect, I'm going to circle. I'm not going to say anything. I just circle and then
I do
you'll
the
find
same.
a way.
Yeah.
Or I underline it and then we'll see what's going on. And then I just, they have to get the answer later.
Exactly. I think in terms of what is normal and tradition is to like if it's a writing activity, right? And everyone is writing, and then the tradition it will be that we are going to gather those writings at the end of the class, and then we go home late night, and then we just start checking them with a red pen, because it's always red pen. I don't know why. So that is what would happen. Now, in the next question, with AI, what's AI? Have you used AI tools in your classrooms? If so, which one and how? Which is a trend. Or if it's still old school, you know, if you go home and you still use that red pen, that's fine. But if you do use AI in your classroom, how do you use it? To assess, to, okay, wait, and then you.
To correct students' errors.
Correct.
Or, okay. Just depending on the task, you would just enter the prompt, given it the right label. It's an A1 level, and the purpose of the activity is this. I need you to help me find some trends and common mistakes. What I do is to get like some of these insights and report to students, like giving students my personalized feedback as well, with like the help of AI. I try to like add this human component and not leave it all to AI. That's how I do it.
Okay, so it will be with AI and then you as a teacher as well. Okay.
I mean, I chose this because I don't know how to do it. I mean, I can't understand
That's why you're
how
here.
can I use AI because when I like check this, my students' work is the way that I can know them. You got it? It's like, for example, when in that way I can see what they need from the course, what they need from, no, from me, because I mean, I'm just like a way to explain something, but I can understand like to check this and give me the result. That is the easiest part. But how can I know what they really doing to be better, you know? So I just wanted to say that I need your help because I don't know how to use it.
I'm your angel. I will help you. And it is funny because AI has been something that everyone is talking about, and it's, you know, and it makes a lot of noise in our field. It makes a lot of noise. And then it begs the question, how do we use it? Which is your case. And it begged my question because I didn't know how. Back then, again, in 2023, 2 years ago. And now it's even way louder in terms of AI. Okay, right now you are in front of a teacher that used to talk a lot. And this is something that happened to me. So, background. In our research, my peer, he would go into my classroom, and at the end of my classroom, his feedback was, damn, Nicole, you're talking too much. And I was like, really? Yes, Nicole, you're talking too much, and you only use your TV slides, and that's it. And I will question myself, oh my God, is this wrong? Am I talking too much? How can I overcome this challenge? And this is when we identified what is the teaching practices that I needed to overcome. So TTT, it means teacher talking time. Me, Nicole, I was talking too much in class, and he would tell me, well, I have the solution to your problem, Nicole. How about if you implement peer correction in class? And I would say, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. And then we created this research that will dive into how to use it and how can this be effective as a teaching practice. And so it led me and my peer to this question: what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT 2 years ago, it was new. It was still new. A lot of people were addressing this as something that it was only to Google something and that's it, which is still used that way. And now even more with any field. But in my field, in our field specifically, it was only used to help me with a learning plan or a lesson of, I would type, I need a lesson for how to use conditional, and it will give me a lesson and that's it. And this question would help me know how else could I use ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a language model tool, AI, that uses complex learning algorithms to understand and generate human-like language. It can answer questions and generate text and carry on different language tests. This is for all of our knowledge. We all know what is ChatGPT and how to use it so far. Yes? So, now I'm going to tell you how this worked. My peer, which that is his picture, is Sebastian. And Joellen, I know that you know who he is and you remember him. His observation, it took place in my classroom, and he went to, for over that month, it will be assessed in different skills. At first, it was a class of vocabulary, a brainstorming. At that time, our topic was words and recycling. So the idea was to tell the students to write down a list of words, a vocabulary that they knew. So it will be trash, waste, and so on. And our idea was to tell them to write the input, what's wrong with this word spelling, right? And what is the correct spelling of that word. So each student will come into the board and use ChatGPT to come up with this word. This was the first session that he went to observe me, a brainstorming session with vocabulary. In the next session, at the very next day, he went to one in which it was focused on writing. And in this activity, we took them to the multimedia room with the computers, and we told them, write an essay about this certain topic using your own words, your own knowledge, blah, 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 blah. And then I will give that essay to my peer, and they will use all of that information and put it on ChatGPT and do the exact same thing. Can you check this text in terms of grammar, spelling, and punctuation? And we put the text. What's wrong with this text regarding grammar, spelling, and punctuation text? That was our second session. In the third session that he went to observe, on the third day, it was a speaking session. In the speaking session, it was an activity in which it was a role play activity, right? So I would tell my students, this is a situation, and then role play. It was a speaking activity. My other students, only two in the board, in front of the class, they do their role play activity, and the other students on the back would listen and take notes of the words that they will either express wrong, even with our pronunciation, or grammatically, and at the very end, same thing. What is wrong with this sentence in terms of grammar and punctuation in sentence, and they will tell my other partner what is wrong with that and provide feedback. All of this, it was to assess how was this tool best fit in a vocabulary session, in a writing session, or a speaking session. That is why all of this started with observation, to observe how can this tool will be effective in my classes. And so we came up with the objective. The objective of this systematization, that is what it was, is to evaluate the findings of lowering my teacher talking time in class and increasing student talking time with the help of peer correction and our tool ChatGPT. So all of this, after all of those observations into my classes with a class of vocabulary, writing, and speaking, we came up with this objective. So, okay, Nicole, this is what you need, and then we are going to dive into it and see how can this work. All of this, it was done in my same class, same level, in our pre-independent class. In this course, we would know that they have an intermediate level. So they're able to speak, write, everything, because they have a good level. And then we came up with some access to start diving into our research. Our access one is called Teacher's Perspective. How do I see this tool that is going to work for me? How do I see it fit? The amount of TTT when making corrections. That was me. Our access two is the student's perspective. Does it actually work for students as well that is going to work for me as a teacher? The amount of CTT, student talking time, when making peer correction. And then our axis 3 is tech tools perspective. How effective is ChatGPT in reducing teacher talking time? Because again, at this time, ChatGPT, it was most known for people to write. So I didn't know, or me and my peer were exploring if it also worked with speaking, with vocabulary, or so on. That is why these axes were so important, to overview which one fit better on each of these types of perspectives: students, teacher, and tech tool. Okay, now, again, with a little interaction, I want us to make some predictions, which is going to help me out to see or what you think it actually worked in terms of this research. The amount of teacher talking time when making a correction. Do you think that if you're going to make a correction in class, right, you have to do all the talking the entire time when you guys are going to assess students and make a correction? Or it could be done among your students as well? This is a question to actually think and reflect. Do we have to do all the talking and tell them you pass or fail? Or if this is right or wrong, do we have to do all the talking the entire time? How can I change that? The amount of student talking time when making peer correction. Do you think that if you're going to assess a topic and you give the job to the student to assess another peer, is it better? Is it going to lower your teacher talking time and give them the entire job? Is that a good idea? Is it better? Or should I, as a teacher, keep doing the entire talking in terms of making a correction? Making corrections, mind you. Not teaching or telling them how does the grammar work, but assessing them, correcting them. Do you feel that student talking time when making a peer correction is a good idea, is effective? It will work using an AI tool? Either not or fall asleep? Not. If you nod, then I know that you guys are agreeing. Okay. Now, the effectiveness of ChatGPT on reducing teacher talking time. This is our main tool, is only ChatGPT. Have you guys used, or any of you in this room, have you guys used ChatGPT in your classrooms? And how do you use it in your classroom? Where's the mic? You have it? Over there? Or I don't know if anyone in this side, you have the mic with you? Microphone? I want to know. I'm curious to know. How is it that any of you use ChatGPT in your classrooms?
It was with course 12. We were talking about second conditional. So they created like some questions, hypothetical question, and they asked the ChatGPT about the answer. So we had fun. We were surprised because of some answers, but that was a good idea in the way that even when I remembered I didn't correct a question, and I let ChatGPT like do it for her. So she wrote the question, I didn't say anything, and then at the end, when ChatGPT answered, it said like he rewrote like the question in the correct way, and then he start like answering. So I really love that activity with ChatGPT.
It sounds cool. And it gave all of the chance for all of your students to actually interact among each other. Does anyone in this room have used ChatGPT in your classroom? If so, how have you done it? Or any other AI tool. It doesn't have to be ChatGPT. It could be
Hello.
Canva.
Yes, me. I'd like to
Okay.
add also an anecdote regarding these online classes that I was currently teaching. And well, we had a writing activity. I don't recall the level. I think it was course 6. And so yes, the writing had many like writing problems that it was difficult to understand. So what I asked ChatGPT was to give me like a clean version, like trying to keep a student's voice, but give me a clean version without mistakes. And I did it because I wanted them to take turns in reading and guessing who was the author of the original story. So it made the activity better, but then I like analyzed the potential use of ChatGPT as for correcting writing exercises as well. But and additionally to this, I've used it in many other ways. I mean, like for creating games, for many other things, for assessment,
In class. In
like
class.
for creating, for designing, for like
Okay, okay. Gotcha.
yeah, basically for planning.
For
During
planning.
class,
Yeah.
during class, yes. In fact, uh, once there was this day that I was showing them how I personally practice with my AI using the voice chat. So I just show them like exemplify how to use it as well.
Okay, thank you. I like it. Okay.
Yeah. Uy. So, I think there are many ways to use ChatGPT during the class. For example, in one activity, we were talking about art, and in the matrix was something about AI art. So I made them use AI to create their own image based on another image, and then show it to the classmates and be like talking about what is the real image with AI, what is the real image made for a human, and what is the image made by an AI, so they can use AI that way. Another activity is that sometimes I like to do peer corrections, peer feedback. Like they do an activity, then they change it with another classmate, then they change it to another classmate, and give corrections to each other. And sometimes I tell them that they can use ChatGPT if they are not sure what is the problem they have in the text. Because sometimes they are like, teacher, I know there is something wrong here, but I don't know what exactly is wrong here. So in order to not me to be doing all the talking in that moment, I tell them, okay, you can use ChatGPT for this, but don't ask for correction, ask for feedback. Because sometimes they are using correction and then ChatGPT, this is the corrected version. And I'm like, no, that is not the correct way. It's better if you say feedback, because it's going to give you an explanation of why people are making this mistake. So sometimes I recommend them how to use ChatGPT in a way that is not only correction, but also feedback for them.
That's great. And I believe that in terms of teacher, it has to be important how to be wise with ChatGPT in class. Because it has happened to me yesterday that they have this manner in which they have to translate everything in ChatGPT. And I don't like that, because I tell them that is not what it's for. There's other ways to use it. It's better if you either use a synonym for that word, or just ask me, or ask a peer. But like having to Google every single thing, that's not okay. But what you're saying and how to use it in terms of feedback, it's wonderful. Now I have another question. I want you guys to set your minds 2 years ago. Not now, but 2 years ago. From the 4 skills that we have in English, we have writing, listening, speaking, and reading. I was like, I'm missing one. Which one you believe it fits better for ChatGPT 2 years ago? To writing? Okay. This is what I call a prediction, because right now I'm about to tell you which one fits better after all this research and observing and peer correcting and all of that. Which one fit better? For me, mind you, for me, because I'm the problem. Just kidding. I was. Okay. In this moment right here is when we are going to put the tool into practice and see how it works best in terms of skills and each of the classes. So in our first access, we have teacher's perspective, the amount of talking time when making a corrections. Now, again, we had a vocabulary session, a writing session, and a speaking session. So in each session, it was important to evaluate which one fit better. So in the first one, it took us probably 40 minutes setting up the tool. 2 years ago, ChatGPT, it didn't have an app. It was just in the browser. I don't know if you remember. It didn't have an app. So I would have to ask all of my students, open your phones and look for ChatGPT. Teacher, I can. Okay, so I had to go one by one and help them open ChatGPT. It took me a lot of time. This, on first hand, it was an issue. The second issue is that I will tell them to make a list of vocabularies of recycling. Remember? There were no mistakes. They all did it so well. And I was like, how am I going to use ChatGPT then? So I told them to improvise a mistake, like on purpose. Inaccuracy due to lack of context. At that time, then not having a context, it made it very hard. So at that point, me and my peers said, in vocabulary activities or sessions, it's not that great. It could be better, but it's not that great. In terms of teacher's perspective, mind you, in the second session, again, I took them to the multimedia room, so I told them, okay, guys, open ChatGPT. Oh, a second later, they all opened it in their browser, so it worked best, right? Again, 2 years ago, no app. And then I told them, okay, guys, I need you guys to write an essay about this topic. Teacher talking time, it reduced noticeably. I didn't talk for like 40 minutes. And my peers said, good job. And I was like, yes, I'm doing it well. And so then I told them, take this text and pass it to your peers and correct it. Students made most of the talking all the way in the classroom. They wrote their essay and provided feedback to their peer, and it was excellent. They were extremely grateful. In the speaking session, it was a role play. Same thing happened, inaccuracy due to lack of context. It was hard to enable this tool instantly into their phones and tell them to write a prompt. It was very difficult. I had to do most of the talking. And so that at the end, I was like, okay, this is not working, so let's just not do it. It didn't work for me. I had to do still most of the talking, so it didn't work. And so, students' perspective. In the vocabulary, as I mentioned, there was no mistakes, but in the writing session, as I'm telling you, student talking time increased as that they were doing all the talking. In the speaking session, student talking time was not seen as expected, and again, inaccuracy due to lack of context. So, it didn't work. In terms of the ChatGPT, inaccuracy due to lack of context, and in the vocabulary session, writing, it got the job done nicely, clean as it was. And in the speaking session, same as vocabulary, it wasn't seen as expected because I was still doing all the talking. We know that it's important for a teacher to do the talking and instruct the students and tell them to be quiet or help them if needed. Of course, it is still there. It is still there, but not as much as we think that it should be there. Because again, even if it's a basic student, a fundamental student, or a beginner student, us doing the entire talking for 2 or 4 hours, it's too much. Actually telling the other student, okay, here is a little text, read it, and put it on ChatGPT and tell your other partner what is there to correct, to overcome, and challenge them to actually do a job as a teacher and give them the protagonism to actually improve. And even if you have a student that is shy and doesn't talk, this is a great way to actually overcome that challenge. Okay. Now, in terms of our learning and experiences, this is like our findings. ChatGPT can significantly contribute to fostering peer correction and increasing student speaking time when given the right input and context. Now, this is what also happened. When doing an activity that is for speaking or vocabulary, having to tell them just to do it however they imagined, it was hard. If you don't give a student the right input or prompt, it is going to be very hard. That is why having a writing session or give them an example to actually write is going to be way easier. ChatGPT was found to be better suited for writing activities in a classroom setting. When students correct each other, it benefits both agents. They get more practice and learn from their peers. This is why it's so important because, again, it is okay for us to assess the old old way like we always done, but also having to give a student and tell the other how to be better, how to improve themselves in terms of grammar or pronunciation, it fits. And it doesn't have to be only with ChatGPT. Even in a presentation, what I do, personally what I do, is that if I'm gonna tell them to do a presentation, I will tell them to give them feedback, not me, and then. At the very end, individually, I will tell them, look, this and this. But it works. Peer correction works, and it's very, very effective. Where it go? Okay. The whole process of learning how to incorporate this new tool was appealing. Again, 2 years ago, it was new. It was trending. It was wonderful. And they were like, wow, this is amazing. Now, if I were to set an activity on ChatGPT, they're going to go like, teacher, again? There are more. It's boring for them. And yes, of course, there's many more. And now that the feature of speaking is already enabled in ChatGPT, it's even better. But again, to me, ChatGPT still fits for everything that I need. Right now, I don't know if I have internet. I would like to show you an example of how this worked in my classrooms in 2 ways. One is because I cannot expect for everyone to have computers in your jobs or a multimedia room. But if you don't, I'm going to give you 2 examples. Imagine that you guys are my students and I'm your teacher. I'm going to tell you, write a story, in a sheet of paper or a Word document. It could be in a classroom and you will tell them to take out a piece of paper and write a story, right? Or take them to a multimedia room. And then copy your assigned peers text and correct it on ChatGPT. Use this prompt. And you will show them this prompt to your students. After they have written all of their essays, you are going to go and collect them. Collect them. And you give a different one to everyone. Here. Right? And then you will ask them, open the app, because we have an app, so it will be easier. Open the app, copy your students' text, and put this prompt, write this prompt. Can you test this text in terms of grammar, spelling, and punctuation? Pegar. Shum. And then they're going to sit down, facing each other, and provide feedback. This can be an entire class for 2 hours, and they're going to love it at the very end. Now, this is a real photo for my students. This happened like a month ago. I told them, my class was focused on the use of the present perfect and continuous. So I told them, write a story using the present perfect continuous. I took away their phones because I'm toxic like that. No phones. It's you and your knowledge. And they did it. This was done in a big sheet of paper. It was in pairs. And they did it. And so after, as an example, I did it first because, again, everything has to be said with an example. Otherwise, they won't even try to do it. Is there internet in my laptop? I don't know if I can. There is? Okay. And so, I don't know if I can. I need to open, hold on. Okay, so Okay. So allow me to show you how this works so that you guys can use it in your classrooms. This is ChatGPT, yes? Okay. So there's an easiest way. They had a sheet of paper, and what I told them, because it was faster, I didn't ask them to type down the entire story because it will take some time. So I told them is to take a picture, because you can also use the picture attachment in ChatGPT. So what I would do I'm doing everything manually. Where's ChatGPT here? I think it's here. Here. This is the prompt. And then they can easily just take a photo and you can attach it here of the story. I think it's this one here. This is beautiful that you are trying to do something that doesn't work. Isn't that fun? It worked an hour ago. Okay, it didn't work. So you put this photo here of the sheet of paper. Sorry? It's okay. And it's gonna show the exact same text, but corrected. Tell me. Yes, I think there's something wrong with the internet, but it's okay. It's fine. Okay, this is if you were to do it. If you were to do it in with a sheet of paper. I'm gonna leave it there. It's working now. There. If it's not a sheet of paper, I'm gonna leave it there. It could also be in a Word document, which is this one there. It's the same. You can ask them to write a story, and this student had many mistakes that had to be fixed, and you do that exact same thing and provide your students with feedback, and that's it. So, in our experiences that we had, as I showed you here, it was noticeably found that it worked best in a writing scenario rather than a speaking one, a vocabulary one, or so on. So to me, it fit best to do it in a writing method, as a writing method to improve writing as well. And of course, it helped me reduce my teacher talking time in class and increase student talking time in class as well. Okay, guys, thank you. I think my time is up, and I hope you enjoyed it. Right on time.
Okay, thank you so much, Nicole, once again, thank you. And to all of you who attended the session, thank you so much. This is the time to go and have lunch, and we'll start the sessions again at 2:15.